keep pace. And the fact that we are going down to 13th to say, yeah, a dramatic indicator of that. When we're getting into our last two matches, to have the tables so flexible is kind of nuts.
It's very much dependent on right now which teams get the points on this map. If it's some of our teams towards the bottom getting the chicken dinner that gets so volatile going into match 6 here on Miramar. But I am curious to see how this all does end. Right now, teams over towards that northeast edge. You've got Loops are currently battling out for it, tied right now with 4 and B. Currently on your screens. Take some shots out off in the distance. Is Reefus with the AUG. Loops have made some good rotates today, John, but like I said before, they're kind of crumbling in the face of some of our other teams.
I mean, they just about got into this stage as well, right? The last chance they got through on the tiebreaker with FaZe, which was going to be pretty nerve-wracking, right? So the fact that they've managed to stay in the competition to get to top 6 here is very, very impressive. They've obviously found that mental fortitude, and I'm happy for Loops to be able to get here. But for me, I feel like it's not a team that I would select in this top 6, even given what we've seen from them so far. They have got that staying power, but do they have that star power? And I think that that's what a top 6 team needs for me to show that they deserve a spot going over towards London. I think that in Cilio, the Vicious have shown that. I think Donkey ID have definitely shown that. There is that clutch potential on RCB, 77. And the Falcons, I mean, well, what they've done to the lobby today shows that they can pop off when it matters most, but in general, they have been probably one of the more questionable presences in this top 6.
For Falcons, it has been tough. Honestly, I'm quite happy that they have this power to come out swinging when it matters most, because that's where they usually fail in their PMGC Grand Finals, which they will be undoubtedly heading over towards. But yeah, it's a difficult scenario for Falcons, where in the past they just haven't quite had that last day oomph. But here, in the last chance, they've been showing it to us this entire day. So that's a good indicator of how they'll do in the Grand Finals, though meeting the likes of Team Spirit as well as Alpha 7 seems troubling, I would say, to them at this point. Hopefully not another 4th place finish for them. They can get into the top 3 at least, and maybe finally pick themselves up a Grand Finals win, but that remains to be seen, as we still have a last chance here to finish it out and crown our 6 going through to the Grand Finals.
What a path that they've trodden, though, the Falcons. They've shown, I mean, you said it, right? They haven't really sometimes had that last day oomph. Here, they've only had that last day oomph, though. And you have to still call into question their performance from group stages, from the survival stage as well. They were getting through each time, and they are a solid team, but it's only today that we've seen this from them. And sure, they've managed to earn that spot. But that is why I am putting a question mark on this top spot. Even if they are able to get first, which at this point seems likely with the momentum that they've been able to get, I'm still going to be very interested to see, like you say, stand up against Team Spirit, stand up against Alpha 7, previous world champions, ready to take the fight to them. The group toppers as well, who we haven't seen now for quite a few weeks. And we won't see again until the start of December. So they'll be fully prepped, fully rested. But will they stay hot and be able to take the top spots there too?
Does Brunozin know that Vex is here? I think he does. We spotted the boss. This is an important fight, and Vexy will win it out with the Scar. The rest of Vicious making their way in, David, over towards that top side medkit. Found though. Double level 3s for Vexy. Probably the only thing that saved him in that scenario, actually.
He's trapped down in the tunnel. Void Donkey ID. I mean, it's likely that they have done enough already, as have the Vicious. So this fight is kind of irrelevant in terms of the tables, but the north side of the circle, if both of these teams goes down, is a little bit more open, right? And so for a team like BTR, who is off in the distance, who, I mean, it's so unlikely that they can actually make it now. But if there's any way that it happens, is if you give them a free run into this circle or allow them to third party onto a scrappy fight between two teams who have already qualified.
Vexy squeezing through those banners. He's able to get out. Vicious and Void Donkey ID very close to one another. They take each other down again. It's actually very, very good for some of our teams towards the middle. Damn, sidestepping a lot of those bullets. But yeah, it's very good for our middle pack because both Voindonkey ID as well as the Vicious going out just opens up more point scorings towards that middle pack to catch up.
But then again, it takes 8 of those points out of the lobby, right? It takes 8 elims out. And when you're assigning about 90 points per match, including placements, it's not necessarily... Sorry, about 90 points a match, including placements.
90?
Yeah, in general, because you get 60 foot, you get all of the placements that are added, and then about, depending on how many elims get given over to the blue zone, things like that, it's about 90 points average per match that are given out to the entire lobby.
Yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying now. I thought you were saying 90 points per match for Voindonkey ID.
8 of those... No, of course not. But you take 8 of those eliminations out, you're taking close to 10% of the points that can be earned this match away.
Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot. Up towards that north side we go, towards Monte Nuevo and Power Grid. 4MV a little bit at the back of the queue here. We'll have to rotate off towards that west or maybe just backfill over towards RCB, which is likely the smartest decision to go for. We are over towards the west of Picardo, so Loop's quite happy in their pursuit of that location. Can hold there for a while, but we do go up onto that very much high ground on that northern edge. So we have a bit of a split in terms of the terrain down towards that low ground on the south and the towering mountains on the north.
Fortunately for the teams who are looking to move in from that south, those towering mountains will be right on the edge of the circle, and I don't think that a team is going to fully commit to it unless they don't have any other option. It's much more likely that they're sending to the hills to the west of Power Grid, trying to take up position there. We're seeing a couple of teams crunch in there now. At the moment, you've got BTR, you've got Vicious, Voindonkey on the outside, Falcons as well, Loops, RCB, all looking to get into those Power Grid hills. And on the east side, you've got IWNRX looking to move in, Major Pride as well, moving parallel to it. And there's going to be a stiff resistance over on the west edge. Kine takes a tumble, but finds all 4 tires back on the dust now.
D+ finding one player from Team Liquid, but they're rotating terribly close to 77. Magnum will find one. That's Fabian going down. Off-angle specialist for the team going out is not ideal for your running here for D+. who currently are locked out of that top 6. They're in for quite some time. Nolbu will find Mythic. Annihilator is down as well, so some more eliminations found at least for D+. But they're battling
77.
directly against 77.
Here's the roller. Osal into the vehicle. I think this is a good read on the situation, but 77 might be able to find the spray downs. You can see one's hopped out already. The second, the third. They are in for the sightlines, but finally found a little bit of cover, and immediately, this is a great read from D+ Kier to know that this roll-up's coming, not even care about that flush, not even worry too much about getting that point on board, even though it is 77 who gets it, and because of that step up, D+ Kier get more value from getting closer to this circle now.
I mean, with Fabian going down to 77 earlier, they had that information passed back, so they immediately just get out of the way. Loops moved up towards that north side and actually do find a knockover towards Z-Wolf. Again, not the player you want to be going down early. It is a long shot though, so unlikely they'll be able to confirm that one. IWNRX should be able to sit back over towards their teammate in Z-Wolf and maybe pick him up, if not for Major Pride being here. Also down towards the southeast, Falcons East himself will find one on Major Pride. That's the shot off towards the eastern side as well. God, very, very complicated already.
Every direction is dangerous at this point, Blank. And the Falcons on a 2-2 split are holding the middle of this circle, so they need to be on that 360 swivel. Shift out to the west side. Voindonkey ID, happy. Falcons, depending on if they can get the regroup, happy. BTR may be quite happy here, but it's RCB that is the big profiteers of this one. DX Savior as well on their roadside compound, Blank, have a shot now to try and mount that comeback.
Profit takers in RCB looking for more. BTR moves up. This is very important here. And 2 already down for BTR. And points being siphoned off over towards RCB. Great shots again from that high ground. That's top finding Hansel.
Oh, Zuxi can't quite get in through the door frame. And RCB with a nade over from the sidelines lose 2 of their players, but they get 3 points. They are now on 64, Blank. They need placements here to back it up. Hold down this compound with 2. I don't think it's going to be possible, but Who's going to roll up? Who's going to try and take it from them? A call out to the rest of the lobby.
I look so significant for RCB. Losing 2 players, though, is a great haul from Loxy, but it all goes wrong. And for RCB, they are not in a comfortable spot right now. 4MV taking down 2 players from Incilio. Great start for them over on this south side. Action. We'll find another from IWNRX, and they are falling by the wayside now, John. Lovely high ground control from the Falcons.
They are keeping that 10-point average alive, Blank. They are now up over 110, which after this match will be the 10-point average. 110 points already. This is a really special day for Falcons, and this is what you have to worry about when you're coming up against these teams in such a short phase, is when a team has a day like this. It can change everything. It can change so much about not only their games, but about the games of the teams around them. Major Pride, for instance, now right next door to them. And even if it's one Falcon on a day like today, that could be a full force squad.
'77 made a wide wrap on the north side. Stalwart, though, taking up arms versus the Falcons. They lose 1 player off the back of that. And Stalwart currently in 9th place with a chance here. Sanchez still sending shots down towards Major Pride, who are their closest competitors at the moment.
Stalwart. Oh, a dangerous run down. Nearly going low, but Evo Station goes lower. And Sanchez keeps them safe for a moment longer, Blank. Stalwart, who had such a disastrous start to the day, who have slowly slipped to the tables. 4MV now ahead of them on it. And Elementrix always extracting a toll over towards them, and it is a hefty price to pay. Stalwart have Critter now under pressure, and Elementrix just keeps on going. This is so devastating for Stalwart.
So it's just losing players left, right, and center. And for a team that was chasing the boundary, this is very, very bad for them. RCB safe with just the fact that teams around them will have to fight one another before sending in. But I don't think they'll get above a top 6 here.
Fearless from the top.
Against Fearless.
Oh, doesn't connect. Goes down. A 1-for-1 trade. Major Pride only losing 1 here, and it's just Ogtogui for Stalwart. Still in the fight. Evo Station and Palucci very, very close by, but he goes down. It is the final shutdown, and of course it's the Falcons across the way. So much control over the east side hills now. And he wants more. Icy with the solo flex out towards Major Pride. There's 3 of their players still alive, but he doesn't care. He just wants a little bit of loot. Give me that. It's mine.
Donkey ID taking casualties on this south side. D+ of all teams to be able to do this. Down to 3, but they were cut out nice and early. We're struggling, but they're making it happen once again. And with that, they sit themselves back up into 6th place. It's so incredibly close between them and 77. 77 actually in a very good spot, though, on the northeast side to start controlling area. I wonder how many teams even know that they've come in from this location. That is the main thing here for 77, is that element of surprise. Razak's got the exact same thing going for him.
Nolbu cannot win the trade, and Osel now. Last 2 players to stand for D+ Kier. Razak needs to be careful through the side of the party bus. The spray down is there. The Molotov immediately to follow it up. Burns him back out to the sidelines and will get flushed. 2 players found. The opening there for D+ Kier.
Yeah, also a nice shot through the window there. That window does need to be smashed out at this point. So I'm getting a little bit blurry, and D+ needs to see clearly into this match. Donkey ID, Fexy and Potato, 2 very good players to have as your final 2 in terms of long-range prowess. Marin Sejong taking down Loops. Again, for Loops, it's hard to have confidence in this team. Like I said, they just get themselves into bad situations, and you see a lot of these other fights happening on the map, and it's back and forth. There's punches being blown back to either side. For Loops, a lot of times they just go up in a puff of smoke.
One of the things that contributed to that blank is the mad dash from DXavier, from the compound that the duo of Donkey now hold after D plus Kia pushed them back. They moved across the open ground all the way up into the position that they now hold, up on that hilltop over there in the long distance from Hoxie. They managed to snake their way through. They've got four players alive, 1 elimination so far. It's like they want to get stuck in, and it's like they want to extract some points from this lobby blank. They are in and amongst it now, and Levi steps up, spray down to Loops.
Yeah, for DXavier, they've got a strong spot. Again, you worry about teams like the Vicious and 77 having oversight over towards this location, but DXavier are consistently grabbing points off from this high ground. It's a good place to do it from, and they want to keep those points coming whilst they have that high ground advantage. With Lamborghini going down first, though, it's unideal. It's definitely unideal. And RCB, they need a very good defense, because this is such a good spot, and they'll be kicking themselves for losing players. I mean, Loxy did all that he could defend off against BTR, and he did a great job, and has ideally kept 2 of those players still in. But yeah, they need a very, very good defense here. This needs to be like a fortress. They need to set up the angles and keep teams at bay as they attempt to assault that location.
The question is, when do teams go for this assault, and who can go for it as well? On the east side, Falcons are losing players, Major Pride are losing players. They're withering in their attempts to try and get further west side, right? IWNRX, they're on 2 players. I'm looking at 77 or DXavier as the teams that could crash RCB, and I question whether they want to right now. I think RCB could stay alive here for a long time.
Yeah, they have this location which is hard to crash into because it's all open ground around that area where, like you say, there's a lot of oversight over towards it. Reefus moves up over towards IWNRX, consistently getting damage done. Smokes are down, so unlikely there'll be any too many more shots bagged, but Doc goes out in the back line. I think that's some shots from the high ground. At least there is 1 knock that goes through over towards IWNRX, and Reefus can start to work the issue.
Doc's still up on that high ground, and 3 players...
Lovely.
Sorry, not Doc, sorry. Over on the high ground, they have taken a player out. They do get the res. Doc on the back line, able to get that one back up. That was a Falcons knock, actually, sorry, over on the high ground, which removed the high ground sightlines, and now they've moved the team aside. It will be 4MV without Baron to play forwards to the cliffs underneath the Falcons high ground.
DXavier pumping some more points in. Zadira went down on the back line there for 77. Awkward knock to take, especially as this fight pops off, because more than anything, 77 would love the third party onto this. This would be a great opportunity to gain some ground inside the circle. Levi's will find Diminor, setting DXavier up to 5 eliminations this match, but 77 is desperately chasing over towards D+, who have a spot that they can play for quite a while now. Westront is down as 4MV puts another point on the board for themselves, up to 6 this game.
4MV really trying to push for that bubble. 3 players alive, and they have got a lot of cover here. The Falcons are going to have to deal with Major Pride. I don't think that they can hold this for too much longer, but they do still have angles over to D+ Kia. They are taking those tap fire shots with the Mini 14, and RCB, through it all, stay in the longhouse.
Down to 9 teams, and slowly but surely, RCB will get some more of those placement points on board. They are playing it very, very cautiously. They're on the high ground as well, trying to cut out as much crash potential as possible, hoping that teams will take more damage as they head on in. They completely give up the warehouse, so will allow a squad in from that south side. 4MB could pick that one up potentially, and now this third party comes through, but a little bit too little too late, as there's no other team there around them. So it's just going to be a full-on crash, basically, between 77 and DXavier.
77 trying to push into this DXavier position. The heal, the res came through onto Paragin. They found that opening knock, but what can they do with it? 4 players alive, 477 moving on in and up. A resurgence from DXavier around the sideline. Spots 77 on the approach, and an immediate drop down as well. Zadira looks for the spray and answer over towards Levi's, but he's so low. And there's another player bearing down upon him. 77 eliminated. North side, Mir and Sejong move up. A third party flex out as 3 players look to hold. DXavier, they've lost 1, but they still got some more gas in the tank. Paragin looks to get that heal through. 9 eliminations so far for DXavier, and Mir and Sejong, can they get an opening? Lamborghini just about survives.
It's a massive game from DXavier, and one that could put them in the running for a top 6 here. Mirren Sejong, though, looking to shut that down right now. If they go out, the placement points won't be too high, but Parajin, again, with those classic Parajin nades, gets another knock, more damage up towards finals, and Mirren Sejong is crumbling in the face of greatness.
DXavier, top spot from the survival stage, and they want to take on Mirren Sejong, take Uriel down, the last player, Seiwoo, moving on in as well to try and back up his teammate around the side of it. Over the ridge line he goes, barreling into the fight, but immediately he sat back and it's still all up to Uriel, but DXavier, they've lost another, needing to stay alive. It's all up to Parajin. All of a sudden, it's topsy-turvy. The nade still cooking. Uriel low, but he's been able to evade so much. The hail of bullets not connecting. The weapon swap, and down go DXavier.
Uriel finally spreads those wings, and like a savior guardian will come in for Mirren Sejong and keep them alive in a desperate moment, a desperate salvation from this guy. Well done to Mirren Sejong, and they might just get a full reset off the back of that. DXavier's reign of terror from that north side finally comes to a close.
And the bubble moves further away. DXavier, if they win that fight, Blank, this is a 13 elimination game and a good spot on the north side. Prime opportunity to crash into the central compound. That is a win for them if they win that fight. But now Mirren Sejong have that opportunity with the Falcons clearing out Major Pride. There's 3 of them to contend with. 4MV going to keep them in a stalemate on the south. The approach would be dangerous, but DXavier could have gone all the way on this match. Denied that. And a full reset. You're right, that comes through from Mirren Sejong.
The Falcons, they're just soaking more points out of this lobby. It's making it so incredibly difficult come the end game. Doc Wolf finds chips. There's more shots going through. Osal on the barest amount of HP. The shots blasting in. That nade might be the end of him, but it goes high. Will explode above him. First aid kit does come through. Doc up towards that front line, that opening that they were given by RCB, who are happy to have a team defend them over in the warehouse. But Apex as well as Reefer still behind here. And it will be Falcons lording over that high ground. In goes the nade. A lovely one over towards Kimid. Drops to the low ground. Won't quite take him out just yet. Opens the door. Going to make it difficult for Kimid to cross here.
Wild dashing over towards Kim as the nade in. Is it on target there? Just outside of the door there. And they have the cover. Mirren Sejong slow on the high ground here. They're just trying to play this one a little bit more relaxed now for Elims, but they need a big tally on this game to make it work if they want a chance at the top 6. Nade in, doesn't connect. I don't know how that missed there, but the hay bale's absorbing a lot of the blast impact.
Can't believe he lived that one. For Void Donkey ID, though, placement points starting to rack up on their side of things. Vexy with a Maxi 14 in hand. Looking to take shots over towards Mirren Sejong off in the distance. And once again, the circle centers up for RCB. A fantastic result for them. They desperately needed a salvage of a game here, and they're being given it.
I think the bubble's going to push quite high on this match, Blank. We've got 4MV looking to overtake here. 77 going down with only 3 elims a little bit earlier. That's opened the door, and D plus Kier going to get maybe a little bit further. We'll have to wait and see because there's another nade. Ooh, again, just about misses.
Dock down, not ideal. And now 4MV have to really think hard about this decision. Is do they try and move out? Luckily, Wild will finish off Doc, and that removes that outpost for the rest of 4MV. I feel like backing them up might have been a better idea for the rest of the team. This is the one time where I feel like 4MV should have followed on top of Doc's action. IC will find final once again. Falcons are just putting up an incredible amount of points inside this lobby. Vexy living out as long as he can with the first aid kits, but nothing left. So sad they weren't able to pick up those shots onto Osal, and I think he's just as frustrated as we are about those nades that came through. Osal somehow living, dodging the shrapnel, slowing down time.
He's making the dash. No smokes. Just going in. Needs cover from Falcons, and he may have just been able to find it. Mirren Sejong backing them off this angle. Cover from 4MV now also important, but he is on a mission. D plus Kier do not want this 6th place spot to go away from them. And the roll down from Mirren Sejong out to the wide angle. This is reckless. They could have crashed straight onto the north side of the compound, but instead they hit the wide sweep, and the Falcons have complete open shots on this.
Thing is, this is almost This is a suicide spot from Falcons, by the way. Like, it's very difficult to get off of this high ground for them, but they're just looking for points. And I think for Mirren Sejong, they half expected a team to already send off here in vehicles, but Falcons, they know they're qualified already. They can sit up here all day long and just take shots and pick up points. They don't need a high placing game.
14 eliminations from the Falcons. This is a different team than what we've seen. Osal! How has he made that happen? All the way up to the cliff face, and 4MV go down a third place, and eliminations as well for D plus Kia. That's moving the bubble further and further away. And RCB, through it all, still alive with 2.
An incredible result for RCB. They needed this one. They also need these shots over towards the players fleeing from that high ground. No nades, a couple of Molotovs and some stun grenades here for Kimmies, and that's it. If RCB, though, can get the chicken dinner, it will be absolutely awesome for their point standings. It is a 2 versus 2 currently jump.
Top isolated up to that high ground as well, so he needs to go for a mad drop here. Icy in that 1v2 forwards with the long range backup from his teammate. A nade connects onto Wild, and that's going to make it tough. Kimmies looking to get up onto the roof here. Navigating, go for the parkour strat, and might just be able to leverage this rooftop. Top drops one stanchion on the rocks, goes for the next drop down as well. Takes some damage. This Kimmies nearly takes him out of it as well. But the Falcons may be able to regroup. Go for the push into the middle because we're up to stage 9. It's going dead center.
Silas is either sighing or screaming his lungs out right now because desperately wants these players to keep on going, get some more points through. Good sprays from Kimmies, but not quite on target. Just needs to find one tag, and there it is.
Finds the flush onto top. Icy dashes, darts towards the back of the warehouse. The Falcons want to fight on strong. A massive elimination game, and they are looking to put up the 120-pointer already. Off the back of this game, they've made it. Guaranteed a minimum 10-point average on this stage. And they have made their mark here in day 2 of the last chance. And it is a different team. This is not the Falcons we've seen all tournament long. They have finally spread their wings, and the lazy rollout here around the side gets a little bit more up and into the action. But it's RCB with a crucial, central chicken dinner, twice denied, but thrice not going to happen there.
RCB given the 3B. Very, very good there from the center, and they just live it out. They knew they had a strong location. A lot of teams tried to assault them. I feel like 4MV could have got over to the warehouse and tried to assault that location earlier alongside with Doc. One of the few times where I agree with Doc's push out. But damn, what a game for RCB, and that will put them in the realms of safety.
Bro, it's like up and down with Silas. He looks so grim in all the matches today. Then he goes into this one to finally close out a victory. And he finally looks happy knowing that he pretty much secured themselves a spot into the Grand Finals with potentially 1 slot available left here. I mean, Falcons, though, 15 eliminations you can see here. Where was this Falcons the entire group stage?
I don't know, man. They're back to the good old Falcons. This is the team I like, Jason. This is a team that I was a fan of. I'm like, oh, finally, we're seeing some big pop-off games. All of today, pretty much. 3 huge elimination-focused games. Sure, they're not quite able to get himself a clutch at the end. Like, Icy just gave it a send in the wall. Like, sure, whatever, don't care too much. But man, for RCB, this game was so important, Hodrix. This is the win they've been chasing down the entire day, and they finally secure it here in our penultimate match of the final day of Last Chance.
Dude, I'll tell you what, Silas is the reason why they won this game, okay? I'm telling you that 100%, all right? You see his attitude. He wasn't happy before, and he said, you guys better get to work, okay? I'm not gonna do any damage this game. Right? You guys are going to do it all. And they did. Chicken dinner time. Finally, you see him happy and the reaction that we've all been wanting to see. And it couldn't have been at a more clutch moment, Jason.
Well, when we get into overalls, I think that's going to be the really deciding factor of what potentially could happen here in this last match. You would imagine, though, with the 7 elims, so 17 points they just got, they should be clear-cut and safe. So Silas could be returning back to PMGC after faltering last year with S2G. That's gotta be a nice little thing to add to, little trophy to add to the mantle here that his former team didn't qualify and he managed to, especially with like Kimmy's. I think Max, we're talking about being one of the biggest surprises on the team.
Yeah. I mean, we know what Wild, Loxy, and Silas can do. I mean, they've been in the game for a hot minute. But yeah, Kim is. I think that my two highlight Turkey players here have been Eren from Zeus, which unfortunately did not make it to this stage, and Kim is. Like, his nades are incredible, and I think he's a great supportive player for the rest of the team that can also frag out when the time is right. I think that he has definitely been a big highlight. And every year, I feel like, Jason, we're getting these new standout players that just... Sure, they might not be on the best team in the world, even though, like, hey, RCB got to win, they're doing really good. But, like, some players just shine through. And I think that potential for Kim is, heading in 2025, I really hope he can maintain this kind of performance and become one of the star players of his home region.
I think he definitely is becoming that. I mean, it used to be Frozen way back in the day from IWNRX, like the new blood, you know, barely just hitting the age you needed to even participate in these events. And I think we're constantly seeing a lot of new names, like you're kind of talking about, Max, from obviously not just Turkey, but from other regions around the world as well. Thinking back to like Lemon, what we saw in CSA, and then to jump onto Navi, who qualified already to the Grand Finals. It's definitely the year of newcomers, definitely the year of uncertainty here. Well, at least for RCB, one thing they can't be certain of is they're going to be into the finals. Now, taking a look back, though, at Miran Sejong, having a decent start, taking out Xavier, and I was looking at, I think it was Lamborghini, who kind of fell off the side of the hill they were fighting on. And because of that, his teammate had to kind of join him. Otherwise, he was going to be in a 1-on-2. And Xavier faltering 10 points with 9 eliminations. You do kind of wonder, though, if they won that fight against Miran Sejong, could they have been potentially contesting for top 6?
I think it was totally possible. It was totally possible. They got to be definitely bummed out. It's just, honestly, Xavier and Miran Sejong just kind of really, they make me frustrated, man, because Miran Sejong in particular, like, they were holding a position to try to go for the chicken dinner. It's just, if you have any clue about the leaderboards and you're doing elimination tracking while you're playing, like, you got to realize that we got to put a pep in our step here. Like, a chicken dinner with 6 eliminations, it ain't enough. Like, we needed to have a game like Falcons did. Even if we're in the worst position, like, we have to start pushing it. To see them just kind of wait idly, it just it frustrates me here, because they're not playing towards the leaderboard. They're playing it like it's a regular match.
Man, though IWNRX and they got a few of these 0-point games, and they had a decent result the last Durango Hodge. It was decent. They got to the late game, they had a few eliminations down there. It was a good match. But here they just got completely ran over by, I think it was 4MV on the southern eastern side. We had some incredible dock nades to initiate that fight, and then they just crumbled almost instantly. So yeah, IWNRX with that, like, that goose egg, I think it might be GG's unless they get a huge win to wrap up the day. And even then, it might not be enough if they can't get the eliminations to back up that game.
I mean, speaking of GG's, what about Stalwart, man? They started in 6th place today. Obviously, you have to think back to the hot drop on Sandhawk. They lost up against Xavier. That must have been a hit to the morale, but they have been slowly dwindling, falling further and further down the leaderboards and further out of reach of reaching top 6 here. We do see 4MB. They move up to 7th place, but D+ able to get themselves up to 67 points in 6th place. Pretty much off of Osal. I don't know how he survived so long, was able to get so many eliminations towards the very end there, but it was enough to push D+ here.
Yeah, just camping the cliff, the bottom of the cliff. You're not going to be spotted out by Falcons, and you can make it way further in the game than you should realistically be allowed to do. So I think he had a good understanding of what was happening in this late game scenario.
Yeah.
But Jukes, this last game, like, what is... I don't know.
By the way,
I think RCB are, like, good
for winning the last chance, dude. Right?
Oh, yeah, also.
That's in the bag for sure. But yeah, dude, this last game was just so chaotic. Let's look at the second page. Oh... Dude, that is just
67 down to 52.
That is,
like, that's 15 points out for Loops.
Yeah, that is heart-wrenching, guys. That is it for this page. I'm calling it here and now.
All the teams are on the page?
All of them.
All of them, okay.
No chance.
But what if hot drop on D+ Kia?
That is the only option. Like, literally the only option, and you have to go elimination crazy. And even then, I don't think it's going to be enough. And we haven't seen that all tournament long. People refuse to do it for reasons I just still cannot explain or describe. But yeah, that's literally the only option they have. And all these teams at the second page, like, especially that kind of could do that. And I'm talking like... MSJ on up, like, they should all go for that same strategy, but it ain't gonna happen.
I think Radio Seal's just looking at his screen and just like, please guys, don't do the mistake I did at CMWC. You don't want to be me, okay? You want to go for that fight earlier. Yeah, you're gonna have to see it happen. But with the points that Bring Them Carabra were able to secure this game, they're currently standing with 78 points. I don't expect two teams, realistically, Hodrix, to drop out of top 6. I don't expect RCB and D Plus to fall out. So I think we're competing for one slot now. I think it's one spot remaining here for London. And 4MV are going to compete for it. 77, of course, as you go lower, you're going to have to get even bigger games like your Loops, your Stalwarts, your DX. It seems unrealistic unless they take that chance, that one single opportunity to maybe crush it in that last game and go to the finals. In the last game, your most important game maybe of some of these players' careers is just about to happen here on Miramar.
You know, Max, I kind of want Hot Jukes to be wrong and see one of these teams on the second page get into top 6 just so we have a nice little content piece, or it means like kind of has a content piece because he's just going so in. Yeah, no chance, none at all. He's playing the flute, or I guess that's the trumpet, calling it, you know, time of death, and then they come back in. And I don't know if I fully agree with you, Jukes. I feel like there is a chance. It's just not a very big chance for a lot of these teams. And if at any time in your career you're gonna have a pop-off match, this is the time to have it happen, to get yourself into top 6 and get into the finals.
Hey, you know what? It's my job to just say what's in my gut. That's how I do it. And I'll tell you what, I wish my gut is wrong here. Like, I would love to see that happen. It's just the way these teams have been playing. My gut's telling me the other way around, and I hope to see, you know, like these 4 squads. I'm talking Loops, Stalwart, DX, MSJ, all hunt down D plus Kia and then just go crazy this match. Because in my eyes, that's literally the only path to victory.
Yeah, because the thing is, if you do that, sorry, just to wrap up the point, if you do drop on D plus Kia, but then you have a bad game, you're setting up 4MV for success. So like you're helping out your direct competition. So it's also something to keep in mind.
What I'm going is, what if you are D plus? Do you change your drop location and play safe? Because you know that team could hunt you.
I would. All you gotta do is just play safe. Just put some points on the board. Like honestly, like one elimination could be enough for D plus. Literally.
Damn. One elimination, one more match, potentially separating D plus from getting into the finals, or unfortunately having to take the flight back home. 10 seconds till we head into our final game of the day here. Give me some quick predictions of who you think is going to take this last match, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, baby. It's going to be Falcons. Another chicken dinner. More points. Let's see a record.
4MV.
4MV. All right, well, let's see what's going to happen here. Let's head into that final game of last chance of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 League stage. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
It's been a day of lasts, Blank, but this is truly the last match of the last chance. 12 of 12, a full satisfied fraction. One match left as we reduce our team's opportunities down to the last moment.
Max could be right, you know, and I think it's somewhat of a surprising thing for MV, but they have been getting ever closer to the end game every single game. It has been so close, and I think, you know, another 4MV win could be on the cards. They are trying as hard as they can to get in towards that top 6. It has looked shaky. The boat hasn't always been fully upright, but right now it's looking like clean sailing through this hellish storm, and they're doing fairly well to keep those sails up and blowing, because I think right now that's what 4MV needs. They just need to see this game through. They can't go out early once again, and they might just make it for D plus. It is a much more different game for them. Right now, it is super shaky. You know, these seas are not kind to D+. Osal's doing absolutely everything he can to keep his team into this as we head over to the northwest.
The circle up towards the top, so everybody on the approach needing to find their way on through. And this is the most important rotate of the year for some of these teams. D+ Kia going on the long drop up towards Impala. IWNRX may be close by to it as well, out on the west edge. They have already made landfall here. They find a weapon. Chips is a little bit exposed. You've got to be worried slightly that IWNRX are going to spot this, but it looks like they are busy. They're preoccupied, grabbing those vehicles, getting on their rotate themselves. Hot drops I'm not expecting in a match like this. It is really dangerous. Oh my goodness, mate. IWNRX out to the east side here, Blank.
For IWNRX, they can't make it, unfortunately. 46 points right now. I'm more than certain D+ is going to get some more points than that on the game. be it just one or two here and there. There is some miraculous jumps that could be made. But again, we'll have to wait until much later in the match to see those go through. 4MV, the closest to chase at the moment, in 7th place. 77 not far behind them with 61 points total. RCB not quite secure yet. A few more points on this game would be great. But it is a terrifying prospect for a lot of our squads with how close it is, with the point sponge at the top being Falcons, continually absorbing a lot of those points, siphoning them away from some of our squads in the lobby. Ooh, it's tough.
There are 3 teams I'm really paying attention to here. It's D plus Kia, it's 4MV, it's 77, right? These are the teams looking to try and secure that last spot. RCB, if they can get 5-6 points on this game, I think they're going to have done enough. But if a team like 4MV has that big pop-off game now, they will push that bubble out of reach for D plus Kia and 77. 77 right now on the southeast side near Los Leones, with Incilio on the south edge of Los Leones as well. And 4MV, they are in Chumacera, looking to try and make their way up as we head on into this final circle of the tournament, potentially for 10 of our teams. We were able to catch up with 4MV during the break. 7 has got the gossip on what they're planning for this next match.
Welcome back to the final report with the 7WG for PMGC League stage. This one is going to be in regards to 4MV. We've been asking them every time, what are they going to be doing different? This time, I got a chance to talk to the players. They didn't say they want to be aggressive. They said that they're actually going to be playing a little bit less aggressive and playing a lot more careful. Another team that said that is a team that's sitting right next to them. RCB are going to be playing it careful as well because it's just so close up on the leaderboards.
Interesting. Okay, this is something we've criticized 4MV for a little bit, right? Is getting too bold with the angles that they take, or not quite playing off of one another in the cohesive way that's necessary to make a top 6 spot. So if they're more mindful of that, if they can keep that one going, they could push past, very realistically, D plus Kia.
It's a tough decision to make. It's always a really hard call to make towards the end of the day on your last match is, do you play aggressive or do you play safe? For certain teams, it's much more easy to have that role of playing safe. I think RCB is fully justified in that fact, currently at 78 points. Look at the elimination ratio right now for a Falcon, so crazy. But yeah, for RCB, it's only a few points to see themselves completely secure, where they are no longer on shaky ground and they can stand strong up towards the top side of the lobby. 4MV, on the other hand, though, playing safe might not get you those points. Teams like 77 might play aggressively, as might D+. And if they can get more points than you, despite you even getting a 2nd place, it might just be over, right, at that point in time. So 4MV's got to be careful how they play this one out. And playing safe, to me, realistically, that's a top 3 that you're looking for if you're going to play safe. You need that. You need those points. You need the placement points. You need a couple of eliminations off the back of it. We'll see how 4MV does as they are moving in from that south side.
The run all but over for BTR right now. Major Pride, Team Liquid as well. And I think you're right to call IWNRX and maybe even Mirren Sejong completely out of it. It's sort of, we're talking about like 35-point games for these guys to be able to make it in. Something we just haven't seen over the course of this tournament. I think the record was 4MV, right? With a 22 elim chicken dinner, getting 32 points on a game. And even that might not be enough for the teams from 13th on downwards to make their way through.
I think it very much depends where our bubble finishes, right? But that would require D+, 4MV, and 77 all to go out early to give a chance for any team 9th and below. So we're waiting essentially for stage 3, stage 4 for more action to take place. But this is now a case of any team goes down under 6th place. Now that's it, they're done. We can call them out. So teams are going to start dropping out of this tournament, and we will be able to say our final farewells to them before we all head over to London.
Well, not all of us. Telling these teams, 40 players blank, and all the substitutes, the coaching staff as well. They won't be, and that will be a hard pill to swallow. A bitter taste left in the mouth, but every single one of these teams who's made it here has trod a difficult path and deserves glory in their own right. From top to bottom of this table, every single team has made their mark in some way. But at the end, they could not quite stand up to the test of the rest of this lobby. And we will start to say goodbye to them.
D+ on the rotate out. Major Pride are above them. Over towards Truck Stop. As we head over towards probably the more interesting part of Miramar on that northwest. Plenty of cities, plenty of interesting locations, a lot of high ground in this area as well. We move up over towards the northeast around Hacienda. Again, even more high ground to play around with. It's not easy to confirm where this location goes. For 4MV, tough rotate for them. They have a player on the south side being cut out right now by Mirin Sejong. Scary place to be. And right now, 4MV is split.
They said they were going to be more cautious about this coming into the game, but maybe they're back up to their old tricks and it could be the end of them. Team Liquid, they're in a scrap with IWNRX, and the team more likely to be able to make it. IWNRX are currently winning it, and by more likely, I mean more than 0% into this lobby. 46 points, they have a marathon ahead of them to be able to get their way through, but they need to be sprinting the whole way. And the lactic acid build-up is going to be too much to bear. The first point, though, tucked under the belt.
4MV, one of the players took a heavy hit there and is still split off from the rest of the squad. And I'm glad to see it. They left the player behind in favor of a stronger position inside the circle. It's finally happened. And it feels more and more likely they'll be going on as 3.
Will they be able to get that regroup as well? Demir and Sejong want to commit to that position to just get that one Elin as well. It's a low value now target. The rest of 4MV can regroup on it. Voin Donkey ID from the edge of the crater fields, taking shots. SLR in the hands of Vexy. That is a demonic presence sat over the top of 4MV, and maybe the Indonesian team could ruin the Mongolians' day.
4MV in a very troublesome position right now. I don't know how Reefus gets this across. Takes a lot of damage. Might just make it. Up towards the rock. Has to expend another first aid kit here. Inside the shack. This is not a good position. 4MV right now with Baron right on the edge as well. Reefus does not get out from here. He's stuck.
But he's stuck central. And he's protected by Voin Donkey as well as being suppressed by them. This is potentially a survival game for 4MV that they could make work, because no other team can really step into this location. They can't play around the outside of that shack because of Voin Donkey's oversight. And once Voin Donkey ID move, that's going to allow him to leave as well. It's a double-edged sword, and sure, you lose a little bit of power, but for 4MV, if they're just looking to play safe, go low eliminations, high placement this game, it's not terrible.
77, build at 1 point. Now just 1 point behind 4MV. To cut them out. They are out in the blue though, and they have to force their way on that eastern side, and 77's prospects are not looking good here. Less than golden. The circle shifts over towards that northeast side, still cutting.
Wow.
4MV a little bit of the pie in. Baron needs to make an almighty rotate. Actually, if he can get round towards that north side of the circle and cut in towards one of the compounds in that area, might create a very good anchor for the team.
A big factor of this circle is Voin Donkey ID, though still with that hard north shift, it puts them on a massive high angle against the rest of the lobby. They just need to hold off the Xavier and BTR, and they can be really safe tucked away on the high ground ridge of Crater Fields, that long ridgeline that extends south from it. Major Pride with the mad dash, looking to try and cross the open fields, and into the compound they go, making it safely with 3 players alive. I think they lost one earlier, not on this dash.
It's a good rotate from D+, but 77 are not far behind them here. On that northeast edge to play the ridge side that sits just behind them. AZ taking a couple of pot shots through the smoke. Not going to find too much off the back of it, but Overall, real interesting scenario going down. RCB losing one player on a knock. More sent in. Does bounce back though, so the Vicious won't quite finish him off there. That might go far enough.
RCB need to hold this spot. They just want consistent points in the meantime. DXavier spotted one and the flush over towards Voindonkey ID. They took a knock, but it looks like they may be able to get that res. I think it was the drop down there. Nades continue to go on forwards into this fight, though, as RCB looking to get everyone back and healthy, stopping the Vicious from moving on forwards. The wide sweep out the side, but Rez is already down, looking to get flushed away, but Wild is knocked in response. And the Vicious looking to draw RCB short here. The Molotov to keep them safe. They really want this res onto Wild.
That's a good res. Good Molotov as well off the back of it, getting Kimmiz back up again. Loxy now must hold off versus these two players. Sends one nade and has to immediately send back. Kimmiz just sending more Molotovs through. They're going to run straight through it with the pump shotgun. David takes a burn, but it's not enough. And RCB slowly losing players.
That lineup from the sidelines there and the back lines from Diminor is so brutal for RCB, and they could fall down here, Blank, in the last game. 78 points. They need anything they can get. 1 point, confirm the flush. Wild looks for the cross, but will not find it. Diminor still a brutal presence for them. Loxy on the door frame for RCB, trying to keep Turkey alive here, and now needs to step into the breach. Backed off and will not give the angle. The Vicious surrounding the Sharks in the water, and a knock onto the sidelines. The third party from Loops to maybe give RCB an opening. A step out wide and into the fight they go, but they're giving it topsy-turvy, and around the sidelines they're into the fight in the building. Loxy still on the door frame, and Wild wants this desperately, but there's just nothing given.
RCB underneath, a massive fight on the sidelines as well between Team Liquid and Loops. I doubt that's going too far, but it's more important what we're seeing right now on our screens. RCB versus the Vicious. RCB just need to confirm more points. Realistically, they should get that flush over towards the last player. Stop giving info across. Lockseed under stairs.
Oh no!
Will go down, leaving it just up to Wild now.
Takes one, takes two, and RCB are out. Blank. They got 1 point there. No, they didn't even get that. That was taken away. 78 points now, and an opening for D+ Kia, for 4MV, for 77 to try and push them all the way down. They did so well today, but they've been dispatched by the Vicious. Now the Falcons have Stalwart to deal with as we tune on over to this fight. Stalwart need massive points here, but the Falcons have been brutal, punishing to the rest of the lobby. And are we going to see our first team confirmed out? I mean, Team Liquid, they have fallen by the wayside, confirmed not to be going through, but the Stalwart, they're faltering, they're stumbling around the hillsides from Falcons.
Down to one last player, Octaguri. Trying to keep his team in this one. Falcons, they do not give a damn. They will take any fight anywhere. They're so far confirmed. They send over the top. Such confidence in the face of these teams. BTR up towards Miran Sejong. A messy fight, and that is Miran Sejong out. 12th place. They will not be joining us for the Grand Finals.
We've seen Stalwart eliminated. The hot drop at the start of the day spelled doom. They never recovered after it. And in 10th place and potentially lower, they will take the knee. Miran Sejong as well. In their group stage, Blank, they were a top 3 contender, and now down in 12th place, they meet their demise.
DXavier was sent back by 4MV earlier on, but the knock was stolen away by Voindonkey on high, currently the guard dogs of 4MV. DXavier now in an engagement between them and Loops. DXavier at 3 players. I think it's unlikely that they'll have a performance required to get themselves up towards the top 6 now. But for RCB, they are going to be starting to sweat, because what a terrifying position to be in at just 14 minutes into the game.
4MV's point scoring potential here, Blank, fairly limited. Under the purview of Voindonkey ID, despite being 3 players, they are still locked in, right? They were looking for consistent points here. To chase towards RCB's tally, I think maybe a long shot. 77 can sweep through the outside. I think they have a high point scoring potential, but it's going to be difficult. I'm also looking at D+ Kia on the south edge of that Major Pride compound. They are looking pretty tidy away onto that position and could get a lot of value. Up on that high ground from the ridgeline, I think D+ Kia also could do it. So 77 and D+ Kia, the 2 teams I think could ascend to take out RCB.
For 4MV, life does get a little bit easier on this next shift, potentially. If it moves off from that high ground on the west, Boing Donkey ID is forced to move off that high ground. They might have to shift over towards that northeast side, in which case 4MV can pick up some points. Technically, although Boing Donkey has been guarding for 4MV, it will now be 4MV being the gatekeepers for Void Donkey ID. So heading towards this next circle with Reefus on that outpost towards the eastern side. But this has to be a good fight for 4MV.
They need it so desperately. 77. The last rollout now, potentially to go down, but they actually just navigate all the way around IWNRX. The south side open to Incilio, though, and Redlick wastes no time. Opens the cannons. But there is an answer. Fash actually rebuffed here, and up to the top of the hill. 77. Somehow give him the slip. Drop the shoulder, slide under the elbow, and IWNRX don't have them in a headlock anymore.
Yeah, IWNRX are now in a tricky scenario going forward because 77 ahead of them. I think the smart decision to make here for IWNRX is start to roll out because they are in nade range. And in this divot, they could get some good ordnance across over towards them. D Plus in a strong spot now as well. Void Donkey ID did move out over towards that northeast side, and 4MV had nothing to say about it.
D Plus Kier on the high ground. I mean, with that slip that 77 gave them, now they counterpoint them on the other side of this high ground. And I thought that they were going to have a difficult game, but now blank, there are 3 teams doggedly pursuing that 78-point mark for RCB.
77 continue to send down towards that southwest side, get themselves a good position to hold out both Loops as well as D Xavier. Some great nades from D Plus, but a little bit short on the push. Everyone goes through and Palucci dodges it masterfully.
Limbo Boom has been spotted there. Frozen actually finding a little angle, and that is the back line for 77. The 2 players that stayed up on high, the 2-2 split for them still in action. We'll see if they can keep that one going. But in the meantime, Major Pride and D Plus Kia gonna be locked into this fight. I think, is that the back line for 77 completely gone now? Is the Ascendant over the ridgeline? Hang on a minute, no, IWNRX? Have they just fallen? What has gone on in the picture-in-picture? I've been looking at this fight, but goodness me. There's action all over the map. Major Pride looking to keep this push going. D Plus Kier not giving an inch. The nades are funneling their way into the gaps now. Major Pride can't find an opening. Nolbu finally presents a little angle for them to try and exploit, and immediately they descend. Like hounds at the smell of blood, they roll around the edge, but Nolbu's ready for it. Suppression for Fabian as he steps out to keep his team safe.
IWNRX moving to this fight, but what's more concerning is the fact that Doc's down, as is his teammate Apex versus Void Donkey ID, leaving with just 2 players now, John. And 4MV's hopes, as have 77, dashed by the wayside.
2 players for 4MV, 2 for 77. Desperately clinging on. It all rests on what happens in this fight, blank. The opportunity to jump up could be opened if Major Pride from the bottom of the tables win this fight against D Plus Kier on the bubble. 67 points they've got, and they are not out of the woods yet.
D Plus inside the building, lacking on nades now. Major Pride continuing to assault this location. Circle shifts over towards 77. Magnum and Zadira both trying to confirm spots in the circles for themselves. Out pushes D+. Evo Station has nothing to say against it. And it is a quick takedown there from D+. Sit themselves now at 70 points. In comes BTR, looking to clean out the final players here from 77.
But Magnum grips desperately to life. A nade cooking now. 2 players from BTR in the same shack. If he clocks it, it's good. But the Molotov's there and burning away. 77 falls short of the mark. It's all up to 4MV to change the destiny of D Plus Kier. But to get to 70 points, they need D Plus Kier to go down now before the placements start to kick in.
To even have a chance, and Baron's down, leaving it just with Reefus. And D Plus from the high ground may have to do absolutely nothing here.
Void Donkey ID with shots over towards the Vicious. Loops as well. Looking to move them aside. Loops for a second may think that they have an opportunity. The placement's starting to come through, so we're at least now at 71 points for D Plus Kier. Loops with 7, putting them up on 59 blank. meaning they are 11 points behind at the minimum. Depending on how far D plus Kia can go from this north side, that is the target they need to set for themselves.
Rufus, the Lone Ranger. 4MV knows it's over. Again, it's that tactic that always catches teams off guard. Trying to play too safe when you've got to go further than that. Sitting underneath Void Donkey ID, allowing them to get out on that northeast side. Disastrous. Loops as well. A team that was chasing loses another player to Void Donkey ID, leaving them as one player. And now there is no other team chasing other than 4MV with a very small chance. And I think with that, D Plus might have just secured their spot.
The bubble lower than we expected. We'll see how high it pushes with D plus Kia's position, but our top 6 seem all but done for now. They are locked away. The Falcons with a day today to rival any I've ever seen, Blank. They have managed to push so far, so high. At the end of yesterday, they were able to get to, what is it? 43 points, I think, they were able to find on yesterday. The fact that they were on 128 plus 8 now, this is a record-breaking day for the Falcons to find the top spot, and D plus Kia now have another fight.
And it is because they don't have any pressure on them. Falcons is a team that has suffered from success in the past. The fact that they consistently get up towards the top side of lobby so many times but are unable to take it, that pressure was crushing for them. Like 1,000 feet deep in the ocean. It was absolutely smothering. And the fact that they got in and then suddenly they performed like this, there's no other reason for it for the fact that they're having fun with the game again.
2 players on the south side. Blank, they need 143 points to get the century. And right now, they are on such a close margin, but D plus Kia just looking to close this one down. Fabian with the backlines under control. They move back into the fight with Zedwolf around the underside, under the bonnet, slipping the pipes there, but unfortunately can't quite catalytic convert it into a point score there. And now it's just Nolbu at the backline to move in for Swain, a 1v1 against IWNRX to keep D plus Kia alive, and of course they could do it. 6 points now, and they push the bubble even higher.
And this will confirm it. For D+, a great fight, and lovely to see Nolbu finish it off. The lad that was pushing D+ to be more aggressive since their group stage. And it has panned out, and it's worked out. And although D+ will be making it in at a 6th place, potentially even up towards a 5th here, knocking RCB down slightly. This is a really good result for them. So pleased. 9 eliminations now for the Falcons as East continues to pursue more points alongside with Icy.
I mean, it's still, they've just got 10. Blank, they're on 138 points. They are 6 points shy of a 100-point day. The placements are starting to kick in as well. 5 teams remaining. A couple more elims. 4MV go down. Things get messy on the north side. It can change here. A nade over for Refus finds Icy. But that is just the flush. East still stands, but he's under a lot of pressure now.
I have no idea how East is still alive, by the way. He's on 1 HP after that nade. It's unfortunate they didn't get the full flush down. And 4MV once again has to play very slowly. D+ losing to Void Donkey ID, who have been quiet today, but finally sit things up. And imagine if 4MV was in their location.
The crossfire finds Vexy, though, and D+ Kia looking to move forwards their west side point, and that is the Falcons out, eliminated 5th place, 10 elims. Not quite the 100-point day, but it is monumental nonetheless. And now all we have to do is close it down. Our top 6 all but decided here as D+ Kia want to go as far as possible. Secure that spot, maybe get to the 5th place. I think they might have already done it here. They're 8 elims, a 3rd place guaranteed, 5 points chalked up already on those placements. And with Void Donkey on the ropes, they might be able to finish it out.
Even removing their opposition in 4MV as well, right at these last moments. D+ knew what needed to be done, and this is what I'm talking about. For RCB, as well as 4MV, great report coming from 7. They're both going to play safe. I do not agree with that mentality going into the last match. You've got to give it your all. And that's exactly what D+ do here.
It's likely we're looking at a 78-point bubble blank on RCB's scoreline. Going down, it's 0. They've been sweating this entire time, but it has unfolded in their favor. The fates were on their side this time around. And over to London they go. They will make that trip, but will they be able to go further than that? We'll have to wait and see as December rolls around the corner. BTR with their final shout into this one too. But it is too little, too late.
BTR, Voin Donkey ID, and D+. The Count's looking for a chicken dinner at the end of the day to take to them to London for the special banquet held by the Counts themselves. All slowing down here. D+ is worried about how many points other teams has got, which is why they're taking this slow. They want to get a second place, really confirm their location in the standings.
No one with south side control over the road. BTR on the ridgeline could just get opened up on. One Donkey ID. Shooting out a rhythm here. As our team seem to know it's all done. It's all tied up. Pretty little bow put on top of our top 6 as D+ Kia. They have gone the distance. They've made it work for themselves. Getting a little bit more bold with it when other teams didn't. This crossing to the south side, the other side of the road here for Lapar. I mean, this is discipline for BTR, and this is a good game for them. He finds the shot onto Razak, and Nolbu shuts it down. A 1-2 punch from either side. 9 eliminations found for D+ Kia. Voin Donkey ID eliminated for the final time in these league stages, but they'll be going to London. And D+ Kia will join them.
Last day, last match, last circle, last chance, but not the last time we'll see D+. They look to finish off BTR in front of them. Nolbu once again leading the charge for the team. A nade downside should do a lot of damage. And can D+ finish this now with a chicken dinner?
The nade drops short. Chips is spotted, but he's lighting them up. Something awful. BTR finally get the knock. Nolbu's already healing. Does he have any more nades? Does he have any more pushing power? Seems like he's going to go for it. I mean, he has to. Why not? Nade back up on high, right to Nolbu's feet. He darts out the way of one. The second is there to put the punishment down. And 3, 2, 1, bang! Goes the dynamite up to the high ground. BTR close down the game. They will find the final chicken dinner, but it is not enough to get them all the way. Tempered celebrations here for the Indonesian Bigatron Knights, and it is elation for D+ Kia, a second place and a spot in the finals.
A great day for a lot of our teams, and 4MV, a quiet ending for them, 77 similarly. But for D+, they took it all the way to the end. They did not play safe, they played dangerous, and it paid off.
Paid off massively here for D+, and I think you can see on Fabian's face as well, like how much it kind of means going to the last game, have a finish like that. I mean, Osaw, he was the player we talked about when it came to groups, but Nobu, man, he has played phenomenally for D+. Definitely one of the reasons they were able to qualify here for the Grand Finals.
Dude, masterfully played from Nobu in that 5 versus Major Pride. Even IWNRX to some extent, like he clutched it up and kept the hope alive for his team at the biggest time of need here, Hot Juke, to make sure they remain in the top 6. And yeah, I gotta say, not only Nolbu and Fabian, everyone I feel like on the team has been doing good. Chips too had his incredible moments during the league stage. This is a team that, sure, maybe faltered every once in a while, but I think the more they gain experience in these global events, like the more of a threat they're going to become as they should be now heading to London.
Absolutely, man. That reaction was crazy. Like, these guys made it, but it looked like they just lost years off their life from all that stress, bro. It is so tough at this stage. I mean, to be able to perform like that, and that's what makes me so happy for D+ Kia, right? Because you know, you don't get moments like this very often. And I always say the hardest thing to teach at this level is clutch. You know, to be able to have those calm nerves, to be able to play the game that you normally need to in those really desperate positions. So D+ Kia just got one of the most valuable lessons you can learn here, and they were able to get that done. So it makes me a lot more confident for them going into the Grand Finals.
You know, it's a shame, you know, Bigatron picking up the last chicken dinner here of the league stage, and we're not really talking about too much because it's unfortunate for them. They're not going to really have any chance to qualify even with that victory, but what kind of blows my mind as you go into this whole event, looking at all the SCA teams we have, your vampires, your Xaviers, your alter egos, etc. And only one team gets through, and it's Void Donkey. And they were the last to
The team
qualify
least
through.
expected. Yeah, least expected team, but the amount of improvements we've witnessed from this team, Jason, is incredible. I would not even say one of the biggest step-ups and improvements we've seen this year's PMGC. Like, as a whole, throughout all PMGCs we've seen, I would say this is one of the biggest step-ups we've seen from a squad ever. It is that good of a step-up they've been able to showcase us this tournament, and I gotta tell you, if they maintain this kind of play style going in the finals, like, it's gonna be tough. I'm not saying they're gonna win it, but it is the kind of playstyle, Hodrix, that wins you global titles. And so far, it has definitely been the biggest step up for me.
For sure. For sure. And what a way to finish this day. It was so awesome to watch. And it just makes me so hyped to watch London.
And there's still a lot of preparations for all these teams. We talk about adaptations, but the finals, it's only 3 days, man. You don't have much time to adapt, and you're definitely going to start to favor those teams that were able to do so. And we looked at like all the EMEA teams who qualified, seeing some teams from China make it through as well. I mean, you got Guild Esports waiting. For Guild Esports, I feel like this is probably the roughest situation to be in, because you don't have the experience of basically playing for almost a month against the best teams in the world to prepare you for what's coming into this. So hopefully for them, they're going to be taking a look at those scrims and playing very seriously, because they have a lot of work to put in such a short amount of time, because we're only really just like 2 weeks away from kicking off the Grand Finals here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, Guild are going to be asking for daily scrims, Jason. Like, oh, we want to train against these teams. We're going to desperately need it. But here we go, looking at the rankings, of course, a few points. But man, Falcons, what? What was that? 4 double-digit elimination games, almost 100 points on the day?
Crazy,
What?
dude.
Like, and the thing is, the eliminations, Hodrix, aren't coming from the typical players you would expect, right? It's not your top out there or like Issa. It's action, and Icy in particular. The Icy's like, is he a fragger now? Is that his new role? Because it kind of suits him.
I mean, that's for sure. I mean, if you combine all their points like together, their average is unbelievable for a team, especially at this stage against these squads in last chance, where their entire years of work is on the line for the Falcons to just dominate this lobby. And it's so insane to watch. And these guys are a big threat around the corner.
See, I don't know if they're a big threat. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. So. When they hit their stride, they can put up massive numbers. But I look back to PMWC, massive letdown. I look back at the fall season of CSA, not that great of a performance. It was okay enough to get it here. We look at the group stage, not great either. Even in survival stage, it didn't look great. And yet they come into this and they show what they truly can do. I mean, if they can replicate that performance today across 3 days, they're going to win PMGC Grand Finals for sure. No doubt in my mind. But we don't know what Falcons are going to show up as when we get to the finals here, Max.
Yeah, are we going to get good Falcons or like meh Falcons? It's the question of the hour for Falcons throughout all of 2024, it seems, and that might also be the case for the PMGC Grand Finals, but they stepped up and we know what they can do here, Jason, and I hope they can do it once again heading over into London as the Pars MVP of the last game. You know what? GG. Well played.
I don't care about that MVP. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm looking towards the finals, man, and Hot Jukes. It's like, I have a feeling in my gut, if we could talk about your gut.
All right.
That the winner of PMGC this year isn't going to be one of those standard picks. It's not going to be Alpha 7 or Falcons or one of the likely names. I feel like there's a good potential. It might be one of these newcomers like Encilio, Void Donkey. Like, there's a lot of potential here that could pull off an upset.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Keep an eye on the Vicious, dude. That's one team I am so proud of how they were able to get here. 3 chicken dinners in last chance, the most out of any other team. And they're confident, man. You heard it from their player himself in the interview earlier on with 7. He said that we are the best when it comes to Sandhawk. They have so much confidence going into that next stage. I have high hopes. Now, when it comes to winning, that would be like the biggest upset of like the century for sure, or PUBG Mobile history. But, when it comes to maybe getting a good top finish, I think it's definitely possible for them.
Well, taking a look here at our overall rankings, here are your 6 teams to get through to the Grand Finals. We have Falcons in first, Encilio, Void Donkey, The Vicious, D+ Kia, and of course, Regnum Karya Bra, the only team from Turkey to qualify into the Grand Finals. Silas going to have a chance at redemption from last year.
Always going to try. It's been 2 years and he's going to try his best to claim that trophy once more. And he kind of turned off the machine at the end, Jason. They got a 0-point game. Like, we done what we had to do. 2 second places, chicken dinner. That's what we needed to make in top 6. But man, massive upset here for the CSA region with 4MV. I'd have to say, Jason, after what we've seen them do in PMSL CSA, they're not performing the way we expected going into this tournament. They just have a global event curse right now for MV. They struggle so much to play the way they do in CSA and bring it over here. And that transition, unfortunately, does cost their spot to the London Grand Finals.
Yeah, it is a shame indeed, especially seeing, what was it, Doc was a top 10 player in PMWC when his team finished 11th. Same with Frozen, where his team finished 14th and he was top 10. As you look down the rest of the list here, I mean, Loops, Bigatron, Stalwart. I think for Stalwart, again, in my opinion, it was great to see them have the performance we saw. They were definitely a formidable force, and considering they're like a newcomer team, only really playing in the fall season, not really a big background of these players as well when it comes to any big events. To see them get this far, I think is definitely a good sign. But also Mir and Sejong, Jukes, obviously in group stage, they came so close to making it through the grand finals directly.
Yeah.
But it gives me hopes for them. And it gives me hopes for South Korea as well to really start pushing out even more teams in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be able to see Mir and Sejong, perform the way they did. It sucks because, we can only have 6 teams make it, and when it comes to last chains, it's definitely underwhelming, for them. But at the end of the day, it's all about progress. You can't win them all. Hopefully you just go home, turn things around and make it happen. Another team that I'm really feeling rough about, it's got to be Team Liquid, dude. 3 points today out of 6 matches. Knight's not going to be happy. Hopefully these guys can just go hit those books and then come back strong next year.
As a quick side note here, what we have on the screen, Max, when was the last time we saw Icy be the MVP of the day?
I don't know, man. Usually, the normal contenders for the title here. Sure, they've been doing great. We saw Top being on the top 4 fraggers or damage dealers at least, and even Action having some clutch moments to help qualify them in the first place on the first day and even during survival. But yeah, is Icy like the 4th fragger of the team now? Again, it seems like now you're in a meta where your 4 players need to have that fragging potential. I think Icy was kind of lacking behind, but he's back up there, and they've been stealing eliminations. They got 12, and they were still going to qualify anyways, but it's cool. Yeah, good stealing eliminations from the teams. And again, if we get this Falcons we witnessed today, Jason, in the Grand Finals, that trophy could maybe finally be given away of Falcons.
Well, it's going to be tough. Considering I think Last Chance was probably the most competitive lobby we've had in terms of like the skill difference between all these teams. But going into the grand finals now, you cannot forget about the 9 teams who already qualified from groups. We haven't talked about them in such a long time. You cannot forget about, you have Team Spirit, DRX, Alpha 7, Navi, TJB, Nigma Galaxy, Brute Force, Influence Rage, and Thunder Talk. They're all waiting in the grand finals. So Falcons, yes, you can do that in this lobby at the moment, but it only gets more tough from here on for every team out there. And I feel like that's where we're going to see what true champion can shine when you can adapt to that lobby and still dominate.
Dude, it just reminds me of like a story where, you got Falcons just winning a battle that looks so crazy in the middle of a forest. And they're just all happy, they're excited, and then all of a sudden, just from the shadows, you just see like red eyes, And that's Alpha 7 and all the rest of those squads, man, because they have just been sitting, watching the entire time, ready to strike. So yeah, it's great to see these guys pop off in Last Chance. I'm glad they got these extra rep ins because, oh, damn, are they going to need them.
Yeah, those teams I've been watching, as you said, Hot Dukes, and they're ready to work. They've been to work for a minute for the grand finals to get ready for that stage, and they're going to come out swinging for sure. And they got a few teams that I'm very excited to see how they're going to perform. I'm just looking at Alpha 7 here, Hot Dukes. Can they do the back-to-back here, PMWC into PMGC? Finally, they've broken the curse and claimed the trophy once more. That would be an insane achievement for the Brazilian squad, and with how they've been playing in the league stage in their group, I think there's a very high chance they repeat that success once more.
I kind of like that storyline. I think it would be sick to see Alpha 7 win PMGC, especially, falter on the last day last year. But at the same time, Max, I feel like the perfect way to close out our 2024 year of PUBG Mobile Esports is a team we never expected taking the victory. It's been the year of uncertainty, and it's only been shown at PMWC and now here in Last Chance. I don't know who you're feeling to win it all, Max. I feel like you're probably going to lean towards Alpha 7. I don't need to ask 7 because he's always due Brazil. Hot Jukes, if you're going to look at this, who would you kind of favor?
Oh, man. I'm a big Alpha 7 fan myself. I got the jersey here. It says World Champions on it for a reason, so I'm excited to see what they do. I think Brute Force has been interesting to watch, too. I mean, I think they definitely surprised a lot of other people. I think one team that's going to definitely warm up towards the end, though, it's got to be TJB.
I mean, it's only 3 days, right? So if your day 3 is your real day 1 here for TJB, it won't be looking too good, Jukes.
That's true. That's true, man.
we're forgetting-
Dude, what are you thinking?
I mean, we're forgetting something, guys. Incilio's going to win if they get like 3 hovercrafts. They have 2. They'll not have full power. You give them the hovercraft, it's an easy win. But no, for real, I would say
No, that's a good point,
anyone can
though.
make it.
Because I feel like, Max, the longer we went on in this league stage, the more and more hovercrafts we saw and how more meta defining it kind of became.
It's very meta. Like, if you have a military circle shift, everyone wants to just get to the coast or the river, get that hovercraft instantly because you can just make that transition, or you just do a team spirit, you put a car on the boat. It's like technically a hovercraft. It kind of works out, but it's
put
very
a boat
meta.
on a hovercraft and you take it with you to the water on the other side of the map.
Oh my god! I wonder if it can beat the dragon with that. That seems sick. I'll have to try.
Throw it at him, dude, at this point. Yeah. Yeah, hovercraft OP as long as it's not upside down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course.
Yes.
So maybe we should, while we get things right, I know Seven's trying to get some interviews ready to go on the stage here. Maybe give a quick little recap of like what were some of your highlight moments over the course of this entire event. Jukes, not to put you on the spot, but we're going to start with you.
Yeah, man, dude, I mean, it's been crazy to watch here. The surprising teams that we saw have been amazing. A big shock that all the large names that we really expected to clutch it up didn't. I mean, I'm so shocked that we saw Vampire have such a terrible day 1 performance. That's something that I think really sticks with me. Team Liquid having a really bad day 2 performance here as well is not too good. But you know what? I mean, a lot of newcomers are definitely getting it going here, and it's so crazy here in Last Chance how fast we saw those rotations. We're in Sejong, who during the group stage were beating everybody out to the center, and then they come here towards Last Chance and they don't even get close, Max.
Yeah, it was a tough one. But if I had to highlight, I could talk about so many teams here, Jason. I could go on for ages. But if I want to take one team as like, this is the one that really is the highlight for the group stage and the league stage of this year's PMGC, I have to go to Voin Donkey ID. I think that the amount of improvement they've been able to showcase over the course of 2-3 weeks here during the league stage, going to survival, then into the last chance, has been truly incredible. One of the biggest comeback stories we have seen in PMGC, in my opinion. And I just hope it can be rewarded going in the grand finals with a good finish. And that would be the perfect finish for this squad at the end of 2024.
I'm gonna throw a wild one your ways because I don't think you guys remember this, but I'm gonna have to just do it one more time just for the sake, to see Max's sad face. And I don't know if he's ever gonna guess what I'm gonna say here. Ultra Ego not making it in the group stage. I mean, whatever you think SCA, I think Ultra Ego is one of like the best teams. I mean, Rosemary, there's always these conversations about who's the best player in the world, and Rosemary's names always gets thrown in there, but they faltered in the group stage, unfortunately, when it was group red, and they finished 18th place at 101 points. But not to mention, not only them, our previous year's winner, IHC, they got knocked out in the group stage as well. So it's really a year of uncertainty, really a year of like, you just don't know what's going to happen. Though I do feel like IHC was a little bit more expected from our side, Max, after watching them over in CSA.
No Everest finish, Jason. No mountain finish. It was unfortunate for them. But yeah, I mean, we said it very early on, right? The fact that IHC did not qualify means we are 100% sure to have a new world champion right now. We're going into PMGC 2024 over in London, so it's going to be an exciting time to crown a new team, to put their name over on that really sick trophy, Jason, and see who's going to be taking it home. But yeah, Ultra Ego, it's yeah, you just had to do that. That was my weakness, and you got me. Good job.
Well, don't worry, I got one more for you. I got
no,
not for
stop
you.
it.
Not for you. For Hot Jukes, Furia. I feel like they were the team to ever contest like Alpha 7 when it came to Brazil, though we obviously have seen some changes in recent times. Them not qualifying through, I think, was also a big surprise.
Yeah, also not too good. Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. This was just a big like tournament of upsets for sure. I think London's going to be really fun to watch, but I hope all these teams practice their shooting range circles.
Yeah, we've had a lot of interesting zones over the course of these last 3-4 weeks time, but we're also going to have some interesting interviews, as I hear Seven is ready on stage with winner interviews from all of our 6 teams who qualified into the grand finals.
just like that, in a blink of an eye, 2024 PMGC League stage has ended, and we know everybody that's going to be in the Grand Finals in London, so why not? Let's get a chance to talk to them. I'm going to start with none other than Top from Falcons. You guys had a roller coaster of a year, from the disappointments at PMWC to the struggles in this PMGC. What have you guys learned throughout this process that's going to help you in the Grand Finals, and what place will you finish in London?
Энэ жил танай багийнхан маш их хадлын явдалтай яг унал төсөлтөй жил байсан. Тэгээд эндээс яг юу сурсан бэ? Тэгээд Лондонд очиод яг аль байрын хитвэр байранд орох вэ?
За энэ жилийн үед яг унал босолттой жил байлаа. Тэгээд Лондонд очиод ер нь өмнө жилийнхээ дутуу үлдсэн зүйлээ ерөнхийдөө аавна гэж очино. Тэгээд одоо л яг яаж тоглохоо ойлгож байна гэх юм.
For this year, it was like up and down year for us, and now we are like learning more about like how to play, how to perform, and like in London, like we will take like what is left there like from last year.
I hope that's the case, Tom. I hope that's the case. And I have Mansoor from Incilio. Incilio, you guys are honestly one of the biggest surprise out of this PMGC. What have you guys learned throughout this PMGC besides the experience that you will take to the Grand Finals and hopefully will help you lift a brand new PMGC trophy?
Чему вы научились на этом PMGC, кроме опыта? Что ты можешь об этом сказать?
Мы научились играть сглаженно вместе с командой и улучшили свою коммуникацию. Для меня этот турнир очень важен был, и мы прошли на гранд-финал, так как вы видите. В этом же году я начал свой киберспорт, сцену в киберспорт, и прошел на PMGC Grand Final. У меня прям бешеные эмоции, так как вы видите.
Throughout the PMGC, except from the experience, we learned how to get better in the communication as a team play. This is my first PMGC ever, and this is my first pro career, my first year in as a pro player. So yeah, we're gonna show the best, and as you can see, I don't have words to describe my feelings right now. So yeah, I'm just glad I made it to the PMGC on my first year to the Grand Finals.
That is a great achievement. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Top, because those are some great achievements, and you guys can go ahead and walk out, because I want to get a chance to talk to some of the other players from the top 6, and we're going to continue on that order. And the next one is going to be none other than another big surprise throughout this PMGC. Actually, 2 big surprises throughout this PMGC. The first one, I'm going to start with the man that sprayed me in the face earlier with some water. None other than Potato. Along the lines of Incilio, this is a lot of your players' first time in PMGC. Your coach, Deji, was able to do some amazing things during group stages to get you to be where you need to be mentality-wise. What can you guys take away from this league stage 2 Grand Finals to hopefully be first place?
Oke, ya seperti yang semua orang tahu, yang kamu pemain yang punya experience, tetapi anak-anak kamu juga bisa dibilang first timer lah di tingkat global kan. Jadi dari pandangan kamu sendiri, apa yang bisa kamu bawa dari league stage ini ke grand final nanti supaya kamu bisa mendapatkan kejuaraan?
Yang kita bawa sih lebih ke kayak kelihatan lah di hari terakhir ini juga dari segi mental mereka dan semuanya goyang. Jadi lebih ke arah segi mental sih, karena kalau dari segi gameplay kita cukup percaya diri buat dipakai buat ke grand final besok.
Okay, so basically I think the most important lesson that we learned from throughout the league stage, basically the mental side. I mean, I think from this last day, I can see that my players, their mental is not that ready to play in grand final. So I think that is the most preparation that we need to prepare lah. That's the first homework that we need to be done. So yeah, I think it's a mental.
And with that, you know what, Potato? I want you to look into the camera for me. And I want you to tell us, with the mentality and the confidence that you guys currently have, what place will you finish at grand finals?
Oke, jadi coba lihat di kamera, bilang di kamera dengan secara ya emang kamu udah siap ke Grand Final. Berapakah hashtag yang kamu bakal dapat di Grand Final nanti?
Top 3 and kita bisa juara lah. Sangat-sangat berpotensi buat juara, cukup gede.
Alright, so basically I'm gonna aim for the top 3 and yeah, we are optimistic that we're gonna try to take the throne. Yeah.
I respect it. And with the changes that your great coach, Defi, has made, I'm pretty sure you guys more than likely will end up in that top 3. Now I'm going to move here to none other than Bruno from the Vicious. You guys end up finishing in 4th place. Once again, I feel like this whole PMGC League stage of 2024 is so unpredictable. I'll be honest, I didn't have you to be in the top 4. You proved me wrong, and you've been proving a lot of people wrong that doubted you. Do you have anything to say to those people that doubted you in the position that you're currently at, and what place will the Vicious finish in Grand Finals?
I think that we believe us. We know that we have the potential to do a good job in the Grand Finals. I think that we go fight for the Grand Finals. We are preparing the mental side principle, and we go come for the Grand Finals to fight and to prove that all the people that think that we go eliminated off the group stage, they are wrong. We go do this and we go fight strong.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish you guys the best.
Thank you, my friend.
Hopefully you guys do amazing, and I'm saying everybody, hopefully they do amazing, because honestly, throughout the month that I got a chance to meet a lot of these players, getting a chance to talk to them, getting a chance to get into their mind of how they think about this game, it has been amazing. And I have none other than now Ozal with me. Ozal, a lot of inconsistency with the team, but you guys were able to narrow it down here at the end. Along the lines of what I'm asking the other players as well, what have you learned in this stage that you can take to the Grand Finals to help you become the champion?
그룹 스테이지 그리고 서바이벌 스테이지에서 무슨 경험은 배웠어서 그랜드 파이널에서 좀 성장할 거인지 모르시 좀 부탁합니다.
그랜드 파이널에서 일단 그룹 스테이지랑 서바이벌 스테이지를 경험을 하면서 조금 저희들이 조금 실수가 많은 부분들이 좀 느꼈었고, 그거를 조금 수정을 하면서 또한 이제 다른 팀들도 굉장히 잘한다고 느꼈고요. 그래서 조금 더 정신 차릴 수 있게 좀 멘탈리티를 좀 생각을 했던 것 같고요. 그랜드 파이널 가서는 좀 준비 잘하면은 네, 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 가서.
So in the group stage, also survival stage, we made some mistakes, but we're gonna learn from it. Also, other teams made it really, really good, and I'm gonna learn from this experience. And our team has some like mental problem before. It's not a big issue, but we're gonna collect all our faults, and I think we can do good in the final stage.
Well, best of luck to you. You guys have been a pleasure to watch, and I know Maxman back at home watching your guys' game has been a big fan. I'm gonna be moving on now to none other than Regnum Cario Bra. Silas with me. Silas, you guys were able to pull it through. You're gonna continue the streak of Grand Finals. What does that mean to you and your team?
Valla çıktınız altıya. 5 kere PMG'ye girdin. Şimdi çıktın, ne yapacaksın?
Yani hedefim şampiyon olmak ilk öncelikle tabii ki de. İlk 6'ya çıktığım için de mutluyuz, gururluyum.
He said that he's really happy that he made it the top 6, but his goal to make it become the Grand Final PMGC.
Okay. Well, you are a champion before in 2022. You know what it takes to get there, to be that champion once again. With everything that you have learned, what have you taken from this experience that will help you in the Grand Finals?
Valla 2022'de şampiyon oldun. Şimdi bu turnuvalarda ne öğrendin ki bir daha şampiyon olma şansını kazanmak için?
Yani çok fazla tecrübe edindim bu zamana kadar. Gene bu turnuvada bana çok büyük bir tecrübe oldu. Özellikle her sene takım değiştirdiğimiz için çok fazla ilerleme kaydedemiyorduk. Yani çok şey biliyorum şu an. O yüzden... Neydi soru? Nasıl oluyor? Ha. Yani tecrübeliyim yani.
Through all PMGC, he changed a lot of teams, so he got a lot of experience. He's 5 PMGC experience, so we are hoping to use all of it to make it the grand final, be the grand final.
I'm pretty sure you're definitely going to be using that experience. Thank you so much, Silas. Thank you so much, Osal. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the teams that are going to be going to the Grand Finals. We have everybody said, make sure you tune in on December 6th when Grand Finals in London for PMGC 2024 start. And let us know, who do you think is going to be the champion?
All right, well, 7 there's basically doing my job. I don't need to really say much more than that, as it's going to be coming down to the 6th and 8th of December for you guys at home who are watching, and you can root on who you think is going to be the champion. And gentlemen, I mean, obviously good to hear from those teams. Also talking about, you know, they know they made a lot of mistakes. They have a lot to learn from. And thing is, I feel like at the Grand Finals, you have to be playing perfect almost the entire time if you legitimately want a chance to take home that title.
Yeah, I mean, improvements have been made for multiple teams here, but it's gonna be an intense week and a bit, Jason, before those teams do make over to London. Of course, fixing those mistakes, analyzing your competition, because the teams that just qualified today, they need to start looking at the wider picture. Like, okay, the teams that already qualified through groups, we now need to prepare for them. And if they qualified directly through groups, guess what? They are going to be a big threat going into London. So, yeah, it's going to be an intense week. We might not see it, but I can tell you they're going to be very much hard at work.
Gonna have a day off now and be able to go relax and celebrate. But honestly, if I were them, I wouldn't be doing any of that, considering the biggest event of your life is literally just 2 weeks away.
Yep. Perfection is required, guys. Man, I hope you guys got your calendars marked. I'm gonna be watching for sure. Unfortunately, I won't be there in person, but I will be watching. So I hope to see some crazy action. Boys, good luck.
Well, hopefully, Jukes, if you're not going to be there, you can at least watch on your Infinix GT20 Pro. You can watch like the pros. That doesn't quite have the ring as playing like the pros, but the 120 FPS, 144 hertz AMOLED screen. All right, Max, show us what you got.
Got a nice wallpaper of London in preparation, Jason. Got the Big Ben right there. And yeah, I thought it looked nice. There you go.
Yeah, well, you know what? You can see that in person as well. If you go pick up some tickets to the Grand Final, 6th to 8th of December, you can go watch your favorite players go head-to-head live to see who gets crowned champion, and also participate in some activities and fun that all London has to offer you. But gentlemen, it's been a pleasure working with you the last, 3-4 weeks of time. But that pretty much does it here for us. We're done with the league stage. That leaves only the Grand Finals left, 6th of 8 December. Make sure you guys put that in your calendars, because you're not going to want to miss this year's finals. Will it be a team you expect like Alpha 7, or could it be a newcomer? It's only one way to find out, and it's on December 6th.
we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. More fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, waves up, lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, wild. Fire, fire, fire. Yeah, more fire, fire, fire. Pure fire, fire, fire.
Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat, like we're bringing the heart.
Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild. More fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild. Pure fire. Pure fire. More fire. Pure fire. Yeah. More fire. Pure fire. Fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah. We could've gone lifted higher. Yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild. More fire. Fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah. Waves up, lift that higher. Yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild. Fire. More fire. Go that fire. Pure fire. Yeah. Pure fire. Go that fire.
We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight.
Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling them lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild. War, fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild. Fire, fire, fire. Yeah, more fire, fire, fire. Go that fire. Yeah, pure fire, fire, fire. Go that fire.
Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna
down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next, where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Time's up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. alive, rising up in the zone. Champion is for the top. With my crew strong.